Hello there, my sleepy fellows. Tonight, I invite you to take a quiet step back into the magical world of witches, wizards, and whispered wonder. Not to the great battles, nor to the well-known halls of Hogwarts itself, but to a small place, often overlooked, yet filled with more magic than most ever realize. You've heard of Platform 9 3/4, haven't you? The enchanted barrier at King's Cross Station, tucked right between platforms 9 and 10, that spirits young witches and wizards away each year to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. To most, it's a simple trick of enchantment, a dash through brick and time, a brief flash of surprise, and then there you are, surrounded by steam and scarlet red paint, ready to board the Hogwarts Express. But tonight, we will linger a little longer. We'll stay behind. We'll wait until the crowd thins, the steam fades, and the last echo of laughter vanishes into the bricks. For there is more to that platform than meets the eye. You see, when no one's watching, when not a single student or witch or wizard is there to pass through, the platform itself begins to stir. Old spells stretch in the quiet. Forgotten doors creak open, and somewhere, deep behind the stone, a mystery begins to unfold. Tonight's tale is soft with secrets. It hums with history and glows gently with curiosity. It's a bedtime adventure meant to lull you, not with excitement, but with wonder. The kind of story you can drift through slowly, feeling each magical detail settle around you like a warm blanket. We'll begin in the familiar hush of King's Cross Station, beneath the high glass ceilings and iron beams, just as the final train pulls away. From there, we'll walk into the invisible, into the quiet heartbeat of magic that lives between the cracks. So if your eyes are heavy and your breath is beginning to slow, you're in just the right place. And if you enjoy stories like these, soft, magical tales set in hidden corners of the wizarding world, please consider liking, subscribing, and exploring more cozy sleep stories from this enchanted library of ours. You are always welcome here. Now, take a slow, deep breath. Let the sound of the rails drift into the distance, and step with me beyond the barrier into a hidden hour on platform 9 3/4, when no one is watching. At the heart of our gentle tale tonight is a boy named Neville Longbottom. Now, if you've ever walked the halls of Hogwarts in your dreams or followed the winding corridors of magical memory, you may already know Neville. Kind-hearted, soft-spoken, often clumsy, and wonderfully loyal. But this story takes place just a few years after the Great Wars were over, when Neville had grown a little taller, a little wiser, and had become, in quiet truth, something quite special. Professor Longbottom, the herbology master at Hogwarts, was known for his muddy robes, his pockets full of sprigs and seeds, and his gentle voice that always knew just when to reassure a worried first year about a shy mandrake or a moody fanged geranium. Yet, outside his greenhouses, Neville still carried a quiet wonder for the magical world. Even after everything he'd been through, he had not lost that spark. that childlike curiosity for things just beyond understanding. It was late one afternoon in September when our story found him. The term had only just begun, and he had accompanied a group of students to London for a special visit to St. Mungo's Herbology Annex, an educational trip filled with spore charts and potion roots. After helping the students board the Hogwarts Express home, Neville found himself momentarily alone on platform 9 3/4. The last whistles had sounded. The red engine was shrinking into the horizon, trailing smoke like a memory in the wind. He adjusted the strap on his satchel, brushed a bit of leaf lint from his sleeve, and turned toward the barrier that would take him back to the Muggle side of King's Cross. But just as he stepped forward, something changed. A quiet hush rolled through the platform, softer than silence. The golden light of the setting sun stretched a little longer across the brick. The air itself shimmered, only slightly, like a charm waking from sleep. Neville paused. He frowned softly, then chuckled under his breath. "Must be a lingering ward," he murmured, glancing toward the now empty space where students had once bustled moments ago. But the barrier didn't feel quite right, and neither did the platform. You see, platform 9 3/4 had seen generations of magic pass through its stones, but rarely had it been left truly alone. And Neville, unknowingly, was standing in a moment of magical stillness, a moment the platform had waited for. He stepped back slowly, eyes narrowing with curiosity, his fingers resting gently on the wand tucked into his sleeve. And just like that, our story began. Not with a spell, nor a burst of light, but with one man standing quietly in the middle of a platform while the magic that had waited for centuries finally exhaled. And deep within the bricks, something stirred, something forgotten, something very old. Neville Longbottom, teacher, friend, and once a boy full of doubt, was about to find himself at the center of a secret older than Hogwarts itself, and he had no idea how gently extraordinary it would be. The platform was empty now, not just quiet, but entirely still, as if time itself had chosen to pause for a moment and listen. Neville remained rooted near the barrier wall, his eyes slowly scanning the stone archway through which hundreds of students passed each year. But now, in the silence, the wall no longer looked like just a magical entryway. There was something different in its color, something older in its shape, as if it had changed ever so slightly in the absence of eyes upon it. He took a small step forward, and the sound of his foot echoed, longer than it should have, deeper than expected. That was the first oddity. Then came the second, the breeze, not the usual kind that drifted in from the open station roof, but something softer, warmer, brushing across his face from behind the stone arch, as if the wall were breathing. Neville, being a patient man, did not react dramatically. He simply narrowed his eyes with quiet curiosity and slowly reached out his hand. The surface of the brickwork shimmered beneath his fingers, not like the solid resistance of the usual barrier charm, but like water touched by moonlight. It rippled gently at his touch. He pulled his hand back slowly and looked down at his fingertips. No heat, no magic residue, just a subtle pulse, like a heartbeat beneath the stone. "All right," he murmured, half to himself. That's new. He wasn't the sort to rush into mysteries these days. He'd seen enough in his youth to learn the value of careful observation. So he stepped back and sat down on one of the platform benches, still watching the shimmering bricks. It was then, as the sun dipped lower in the sky and the shadows stretched long across the platform floor, that something unexpected happened. A sound, a whisper, not from the wind, but from the wall itself. It was faint, like a voice speaking through many layers of cloth, but unmistakable, a single word. Neville. He blinked. For a moment, he thought he'd imagined it, but then it came again, this time softer, more coaxing. Neville. The voice didn't sound threatening. It wasn't cold or sharp. It was warm, like a grandmother calling from another room. Familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. He stood slowly. "Hello?" he called out gently, more out of habit than expectation, and as he took one step forward, the wall rippled again. This time it opened, not with a flash or a crash, but like a curtain pulling aside to reveal something long hidden. Behind the familiar bricks of platform 934, a hallway had appeared. Narrow, gently curved, lit by floating orbs of soft amber light. The floor was smooth stone, not unlike the corridors of Hogwarts, but older. Worn, the walls glowed faintly with ancient runes. Neville hesitated. He glanced back at the platform, still empty, still quiet, and then forward again at the softly glowing passage. "Well," he said to no one in particular, "you've got me curious now." With a gentle exhale, he stepped inside. The air was cooler here, still, but not stale. It smelled faintly of old parchment and honeysuckle, an odd but comforting combination. The light orbs floated just ahead of him as he walked, always keeping their distance, as if leading him gently onward. He followed, wand still tucked in his sleeve, but unused. As he turned a corner, the hallway opened into a small circular chamber. In its center stood a pedestal of polished marble, and atop it, a peculiar object, an old brass key, oversized, slightly tarnished, with a handle shaped like a curled feather. Neville stepped forward slowly. As he neared, the runes on the pedestal began to glow, not brightly, just enough to illuminate the carved words around the base. Only when unseen does the path reveal. Only when named does it awaken. He read the words aloud softly, letting the sound settle into the chamber. "Unseen," he whispered, "so this only appears when no one is watching." His eyes fell on the key. It shimmered faintly in the soft light. Something about it felt important, not dangerous, but meaningful. With great care, he reached out and lifted it. The moment his fingers closed around the brass, the room shifted, not violently, not even noticeably at first, but subtly, like the soft hush of a curtain falling. The walls around him shimmered and changed, revealing scenes, memories, moving images carved in light. He turned slowly, taking in the magical visions forming around the chamber walls. Children, young witches and wizards, rushing toward the platform through the years. Some excited, some tearful, some nervous, and always the same barrier, always the same path. But then that the scenes shifted, they began to show others, people who had stepped through the wall and, hadn't emerged. Not students, but travelers in older robes from long ago, wizards from a time before Hogwarts itself. They passed through the barrier just like he had and disappeared into the hidden hallway he'd just walked. "What is this place?" Neville breathed, his voice barely more than a whisper. The answer came not in words, but in a sound, a gentle chime, like a distant bell struck once, long ago. The runes glowed brighter for a moment, and a second doorway opened on the far side of the chamber. Neville hesitated, and then smiled softly. "I suppose I'm past turning back now." He stepped through the new doorway and found himself in a vast circular room, wider than the entire platform above. Its ceiling was domed, covered in constellations that shimmered like real stars. In the center of the room, surrounded by floating parchment and gentle magical hums, stood an enormous clock, not the kind with numbers. This clock was made of stone and stars and shifting time symbols, each representing some moment in magical history. And at its base, 3 small brass doors, each identical, each marked with a different symbol, a leaf, a feather, and a flame. Neville looked down at the key in his hand. The feather. He approached that door slowly, and as he did, the clock's hands moved slightly, just a twitch, just enough to let out a quiet tick. A breath of magic stirred the room, like the wind moving through pages in an old library. This wasn't just a hidden passage. It was a gate, a magical archive buried beneath the platform, forgotten by most, waiting for the right person to find it again. And Neville had been called. He didn't know yet why or how, or what the next door might show him. But there was no fear in his heart, only wonder, the kind of wonder that lingers, the kind that unfolds slowly, like a story being remembered at last. And behind him, the platform above returned to silence. No sound of trains, no footsteps, just the soft hum of magic beneath the bricks, finally awake after all this time. The brass key in Neville's hand was still warm, its curled feather handle gleaming softly under the ambient glow of the magical stars above. He stepped toward the small arched door marked with the same feather symbol, curiosity blooming in his chest like a quiet flame. It didn't hum with danger or urgency, only with invitation. Something long forgotten was gently stirring, and Neville, always gentle and grounded, had come not to claim or conquer, but simply to understand. As he placed the key into the keyhole, the door let out a low, contented chime. It unlocked, not with a click, but with a soft exhale, like the sigh of an enchanted book finally opened again. The door drifted inward on its own, revealing a narrow passage lined with parchment-colored stone and faintly glowing runes that shimmered like old ink. Neville stepped through. The hallway was warmer here, filled with the faint scent of lavender and parchment. Each step echoed like it was being remembered, not just heard. Ahead, the path led to what looked like an atrium, a circular chamber with a ceiling dome painted in soft, fading frescoes of magical creatures in flight, phoenixes, mooncalves, thestrals, and winged horses. They didn't move, not quite, but the illusion of motion lingered in the way the light played across their wings. In the center of the room stood a pedestal made of tree roots, living wood, gently pulsing with magic, and resting on it was a scroll. The parchment was delicate, rolled and tied with a silken ribbon the color of deep sky. Neville approached slowly. He didn't draw his wand or whisper any protective charms. Somehow, he knew this wasn't the kind of place that responded to fear. He untied the ribbon, and the scroll unrolled itself with graceful purpose. Words formed on the page, not printed or written, but conjured in swirling ink, one phrase at a time. When the feather falls, the forgotten fly. Neville tilted his head. A riddle? He murmured, more intrigued than confused. Suddenly, the entire room gently shifted. The frescoes above glowed faintly. The magical stars from the previous chamber blinked softly into view overhead, merging with the painted creatures on the ceiling. The scroll floated upward from his hands and vanished in a soft puff of golden light. Then, without warning, a faint flutter echoed through the air. Neville turned. From the corners of the chamber, feathers began to fall, real feathers, though impossibly light, drifting gently from the curved ceiling like snow. They shimmered faintly, each one glowing as it floated downward. But that wasn't the twist. It was the floor. The moment the first feather touched the ground, the entire floor began to fade, slowly, like mist retreating. The stone beneath his feet dissolved into clear, solid light, revealing a vast scene below, as though he were standing upon a memory. And it wasn't just any memory. It was platform 934, but not as he had seen it. This was an older time, long before the Hogwarts Express, long before steam engines and velvet robes. The scene below showed a platform with tall brass lanterns and a cobblestone walkway where witches and wizards in medieval dress waited beside shimmering portals. Not one, but several arches existed, each flickering with different magical sigils above them. One for Hogwarts, one for Beauxbatons, one for Durmstrang, and more he didn't recognize. They weren't just going to school, they were stepping into a magical nexus, a place of old magic hidden in plain sight. The platform had once been a junction, a meeting point between magical worlds. And the hallway Neville had entered, the one behind the wall, had once connected these realms. His breath caught softly in his throat. He wasn't afraid, only awed. The scene shifted again. Now he saw the founding of the barrier, how, in a moment of growing secrecy, wizards chose to close the other gateways, leaving only one active passage for Hogwarts students. The arches were sealed with enchantments older than any he knew. The platforms faded, the sigils vanished, and the world moved on. But the hallways remained, forgotten beneath the bricks, sleeping until someone came along who could hear the platform breathe. The vision faded, and the solid light beneath Neville's feet returned to warm stone. A soft chime rang again, lower this time, deeper, more grounded. From one side of the chamber, a door appeared where there hadn't been one before. It opened slowly, revealing another room, much smaller, filled with glass cases and floating scrolls. Neville stepped inside. Each case contained relics,
Simple, magical objects marked with names he had only seen in history books. Helga Hufflepuff's garden shears, a traveling cloak once worn by the founder of Castelobruxo, even a stone compass said to guide wizards through magical ley lines. But the most curious object was a map. It hovered above a plinth in the center of the room, open and glowing faintly. It showed King's Cross Station, but not just the parts people knew. This map included the hidden hallways, the sleeping arches, the sealed corridors that had once connected magical worlds. Neville slowly walked around it. The map pulsed gently as he neared. A tiny light appeared near one edge, his position glowing softly. A golden line traced the path he had taken through the hall, but then, as he moved closer, new lines lit up, pathways yet unexplored, doors he had not seen. Some led deep beneath London, others stretched impossibly far through magical folds in space. The platform, he realized, wasn't just a terminal, it was a magical memory, a crossroads, a vault of ancient travel that had been locked away in plain sight, and now it had shown itself again. Neville exhaled slowly, the wonder still glowing in his chest. He wasn't meant to change anything. He understood that now. This wasn't a discovery for fame, or even for Hogwarts. It was for remembering, for preserving, for honoring the old magic that still whispered beneath the surface of things. He bowed his head gently toward the map in gratitude. Behind him, the scroll chamber began to dim, the frescoes fading, the feathers dissolving into sparks of light. The platform above had waited many years for someone to listen, and tonight, with nothing but patience and a humble heart, Neville Longbottom had heard it. He turned, walking slowly back through the hallway as it softly reassembled behind him. The key vanished from his hand, having fulfilled its purpose. The door closed with a soft sigh, and as Neville emerged once again onto the now dark platform, the bricks behind him rippled once more, then fell still. No sign remained of what lay beneath, except, perhaps, a faint shimmer in the air. He stood for a long moment, quietly, hand resting at his side, wand untouched. The moon had risen high above the station roof, casting silver beams across the tiles. Not a sound stirred, but something had changed. Something old had awakened and shared its secret gently, like a lullaby remembered. And Neville Longbottom, gardener of secrets, keeper of forgotten magic, had been chosen to know. Neville stood quietly beneath the sweeping iron arches of King's Cross, the magic still warm in his chest, like the lingering echo of a kind word. The platform was hushed once more, emptied of whispers and visions. To any passerby, it would appear just as it always had: stone walls, brass numbers, a lingering trace of steam from the last train. And yet, Neville knew what slept just beneath. The memory of that ancient map lingered in his thoughts. The glowing lines, the countless hidden corridors, the forgotten arches once alive with magical travelers. He hadn't opened every door, hadn't dared explore every path. Not yet. But the experience had awakened something deep inside him, a gentle, persistent curiosity. In the following days, Neville returned to platform 934 more than once. He made excuses, of course, helping escort a small group of third years back to school after a misfired portkey lesson, meeting an old friend from the ministry to deliver a box of magical plants. But each time, he lingered just a little longer after everyone else had gone, and the magic noticed. It never repeated itself the same way. The shimmering brick didn't always open. The key did not return to his hand, but the air would shift, the golden light would lengthen. And sometimes, if he stood very still, he would hear the faint rustle of feathers or the soft ticking of that ancient, celestial clock far below the surface. Each visit brought a new whisper of wonder. One evening, as he waited beneath the clock suspended above the Muggle side of the station, Neville noticed something strange. A young girl, no more than 7, was staring at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, her eyes wide, a paper bird fluttering in her hand. She wasn't wearing wizard robes, and no parent stood nearby, just her and that folded bit of parchment flapping as if enchanted. Neville stepped closer. "Hello," he said gently. "Are you lost?" The girl didn't look away from the barrier. "It's breathing," she said softly. Neville blinked. "What do you mean?" She turned to him at last. "The wall, it feels like it wants someone to come talk to it." There was no malice in her tone, only the simple truth of children unburdened by disbelief. Neville knelt beside her. "Have you ever been on the other side?" She shook her head. "I just come here with Mum sometimes, but I always feel it, right there." She pointed at the exact place he himself had entered days ago. He smiled, warm and steady. "That's a very special thing to feel." He didn't tell her the rest. Not yet. Some secrets know when to wait. Later that night, Neville sat alone in his office at Hogwarts. He had brought with him a single scroll from the memory chamber beneath the platform, a scroll that had quietly appeared in his satchel after his last visit. It bore no title, no stamp, only a pattern. 3 arches intertwined, surrounded by stars. He unrolled it now, and the parchment responded like it recognized him. Soft lines lit up across the page, forming not words, but shapes. A constellation, no, a route. He traced it slowly with his fingertip. It led away from King's Cross, past the edge of London, through magical territory he only knew from legends, hidden roads, fold space alleyways, sealed corridors once traveled by enchanters of old. The realization came softly, like rain falling on quiet soil. This was not just a place. Platform 934 had once been part of a network, a living magical structure connecting wizarding settlements and schools across the globe. Long before the Statute of Secrecy, long before the modern age, and pieces of it still existed. The next morning, he sent a quiet owl to Professor McGonagall, requesting a short leave of absence for personal magical research. No cause for alarm. Will provide greenhouse updates remotely. With kind regards, NL. She would understand. She always did. Over the following weeks, Neville followed the route gently revealed on the scroll. It wasn't a journey of battles or duels. It was a pilgrimage of wonder. In a field near the coast of Wales, he found a stone circle hidden beneath layers of charm. its center marked with the same feather motif. The stones hummed when he touched them. One night, under moonlight, they opened, just briefly, to reveal a vision of a forgotten travel chamber filled with benches carved from sea-smoothed driftwood and lanterns shaped like sea glass. In a forest in northern Scotland, he followed the path of magical vines that led to a sleeping doorway etched into the base of a tree older than Hogwarts itself. There was no lock, only a question. Do you remember what once was shared? He whispered the words from the scroll, and the vines parted like curtain cords being drawn. Each place, each moment, unraveled a little more of the mystery. Magic had not died in those old corridors. It had simply waited, and with each discovery, Neville left something behind. A note, a seedling, a soft promise that these places would not be forgotten again. One night, after returning from the Welsh coast, he found himself once again back at platform 934. It was quiet, the hour late. The station lights flickered gently overhead, and the scent of old trains and iron beams filled the air. He walked to the familiar wall. The bricks shimmered just slightly, as if recognizing him. But he didn't ask to enter. He simply pressed his palm to the stone and whispered, "Thank you." And as he turned to go, something remarkable happened. A single feather, soft, silvery, and glowing faintly, drifted down from above and landed on the ground at his feet. Neville bent to pick it up, holding it delicately between his fingers. It pulsed gently once, then dimmed, like a heartbeat returning to rest. He smiled. Magic was alive, still, quietly, kindly. It lived in the forgotten corners, the spaces just out of sight, the echoes of things once cherished and now ready to be remembered again. And as Neville stepped away from the platform that had revealed its secret heart to him, he did so not as a hero or a discoverer, but as a caretaker, a friend of old magic, a gardener still. He knew now what the platform had shown him wasn't a warning or a call to glory. It was a gentle reminder. Some enchantments do not sleep forever. They wait, patiently, for those who are kind, for those who notice, for those who listen when no one else is watching. And perhaps, for those who still believe that even the quietest magic deserves to be remembered. He didn't need to tell the world what he'd found. Some stories bloom best in silence, like feathers, like wildflowers, like secrets on a hidden platform when no one is watching. The autumn wind had returned to London, curling gently through the open arches of King's Cross Station. The rush of travelers moved in familiar waves, suitcases wheeling, footsteps echoing, the occasional burst of steam from far-off trains. But to Neville Longbottom, everything felt softened now, like background music to a quieter melody only he could hear. Platform 934 still shimmered for him. It no longer opened with grandeur or urgency. Instead, it pulsed gently whenever he passed, as if the wall now recognized him, not just as a traveler, but as a friend. He had a decision to make. The scrolls he had gathered from the hidden chambers beneath the station had begun revealing more than forgotten names and routes. They were evolving, reacting to him, to his presence. One scroll had turned translucent at dawn, revealing a layer of ancient script beneath its first text. Another had shifted completely in shape, forming a small ring of light that hovered above his workbench, pulsing gently in rhythm with the enchanted maps. It showed him a choice. The crossroads, a branch in the old pathways leading to one of two fates, preservation or restoration. Preservation meant returning the knowledge back into slumber, sealing the doors, allowing the platforms and their secret travelways to remain hidden and untouched, safe from interference and misuse. Restoration, however, meant inviting others in, carefully, thoughtfully. It meant reopening lost magical junctions, renewing their wards, gently calling forward the echoes of magic that had once made the wizarding world more deeply connected. Neville sat for hours in the quiet of the Hogwarts greenhouse, scrolls spread around him like leaves in autumn, the faint scent of damp earth and enchanted moss all around. A small lantern flickered nearby, and under its soft glow, he considered. He could feel the tug of both choices. Preservation was simpler, safer. He had enough knowledge now to safely seal the access points and leave behind a record for someone far in the future, if ever the world needed it again. But restoration whispered to something deeper in him. The magic beneath Platform 9-3 wasn't just old, it was generous. It had shown itself not with pride or power, but with patience and grace. It had waited for someone who listened, not someone who demanded. It had offered gentle wisdom, not for glory, but for wonder. And as Neville watched a tiny sprout emerge from a patch of dragonroot beside him, he realized the choice had already been made in his heart. It was time for restoration. Not loud, not all at once, but slowly, softly, like sunlight returning to a forgotten garden. He would begin with letters. Trusted friends, those who valued magical history for its heart, not its headlines. He thought first of Luna Lovegood. She would understand. Her heart, like his, belonged to the gentle edges of the magical world, the places others overlooked. He could already hear her voice, filled with that dreamy clarity, as she spoke about invisible passageways and the creatures that may still dwell in the old arches. Then Hermione, careful, clever, endlessly inquisitive, she would ask all the right questions. She would want to see the runes, verify the sources, and once she believed it, she would be its fiercest protector. And finally, he thought of Professor McGonagall. Perhaps she had known all along. Perhaps she had walked past those same shimmers in the stone and, like Neville, had chosen to respect them. In the following weeks, Neville quietly arranged a visit. One calm afternoon, under the soft hush of overcast skies, he brought Luna to King's Cross. Not during school departures, just a quiet Tuesday when few would notice the two of them lingering at the edge of the barrier. The platform stirred the moment they arrived. Luna's eyes sparkled. "It's watching us," she said softly, touching the air just before the brick. "I think it remembers you." Neville nodded. "It remembers more than just me." This time, when the wall opened, it did so without ripple or shimmer. It simply parted, like it had always been meant to open on quiet days for quiet hearts. Together, they stepped inside. Neville watched as Luna wandered the first chamber, her fingers brushing lightly against the carved walls, her eyes scanning the painted constellations on the ceiling. She tilted her head at the celestial clock and smiled. "It still ticks," she whispered. "Some magics never forget their purpose." He showed her the plinth, the glowing map, the newly awakened scrolls. Luna didn't ask to take anything. She simply sat cross-legged beside the roots and whispered to the runes in a language older than speech. Neville felt something shift gently in the chamber, as if in response. The platform had accepted her. Afterward, as they returned to the main station, Luna turned to him. "You chose to grow something, not guard it," she said with a quiet smile. "That's a beautiful kind of bravery." Neville felt warmth in his chest, calm, steady, reassuring, and he was choosing each step not as a hero, not as a savior, but as a caretaker. He sent the next letter to Hermione, detailing on everything, no embellishments, just truth, the gentle, unfolding truth of the platforms and what lay beneath them. Her reply came by owl 3 days later. "This must be protected, but it must also be honored. Let's meet. There's work to do." And so it began, not with a decree or a proclamation, but with parchment, with quills, with tea shared over glowing maps, one scroll, one corridor, one key at a time. Neville wasn't restoring a power. He was restoring a kindness built from the patient heartbeat of forgotten arches, the glow of stars on silent ceilings, and the whispered secrets that only reveal themselves when no one is watching. The morning was wrapped in fog, the day Neville returned to Platform 9-3 Core for what would become the most revealing visit of all. The light filtering into King's Cross Station was pale and diffuse, like the platform itself was holding its breath, waiting for the right moment to speak again. Neville stood alone, his hands tucked into his coat pockets, a scroll tied with gold thread resting in the crook of his arm. The barrier shimmered as he approached, not in invitation, but in recognition. It felt, somehow, like returning to an old friend. He didn't hesitate as the wall opened. The enchantment no longer startled him. It simply parted with a hush, and he stepped inside. Today, he wasn't coming to explore. He was coming to listen. The chamber within had changed. It still held the great celestial clock and the soft orbs of light hovering in their graceful rhythm, but a new path had opened, an archway he had not seen before. Runes shimmered gently above it, glowing in quiet pulses of green and gold. The scroll he carried vibrated softly in his hand. He stepped through the arch and into a room so still, so old, that the air felt thick with time. It was circular, domed like a planetarium, but entirely made of light. No walls, no stone, just soft golden shimmer like the inside of a pensieve. Floating in the center was a book, not lying on a pedestal, just hovering, suspended by invisible magic. Its cover was worn leather, embossed with the feather symbol, the same one that had followed him from that very first door. As Neville approached, the book opened by itself, pages fluttering like wings before settling on one. No quill appeared, no voice echoed, only the words written in calm, curling script. The platform is not a place, it is a promise. Neville read the line twice, then the page turned, built not for secrecy, but for sanctuary, a place between here and there, then and now, a gathering of magical paths, a breath held between destinations. The next page opened to a glowing map, an ancient version of the magical world. The archways, the corridors, the lost platforms. But instead of routes, the map marked something else. Hearts, names, every witch or wizard who had once stood in those forgotten passageways, those who had waited quietly, those who had journeyed in silence, those who had believed in magic, not because it was powerful, but because it was kind. Neville's breath caught. The book wasn't a ledger. It was a memory. You are one of them, the next page read, forming the words slowly, as if carefully choosing them. Not a keeper, not a master, a guide. He closed his eyes, letting that word settle over him. A guide, not someone to wield the knowledge, but someone to pass it on gently. As if in response, the chamber around him shifted. One by one, glowing doorways appeared along the golden walls, each marked with symbols from magical cultures across the world. Bios Batons, Mahutokoro, Ilvermorny, Castellabruxo, Ouagadougou, even smaller, older emblems he didn't recognize, perhaps lost schools, or ones never spoken of beyond their lands. And then came the final revelation. A soft hum began to rise, low, calming, like the resonance of deep magic, and in the air, wisps of images appeared. Ghostly outlines of travelers long gone, children with trunks and bright eyes, parents holding their children's hands at the threshold of magic, witches in robes from centuries past, their eyes full of purpose and peace. Each one paused at the arches. Each one lingered in the light. Each one contributed to the quiet enchantment that had protected this place across generations. They were not guarding secrets. They were keeping a promise. Neville watched in stillness. The platform had always been more than an entry to the Hogwarts Express. It was the heartbeat of magical passage, a threshold between childhood and discovery, between known and unknown, between belonging and becoming. And the greatest truth of all, it only showed itself when it sensed someone gentle enough to carry its memory forward. The book turned one last page. Your work is not to awaken the world to what is lost. Your work is to remind the world to listen, to leave space for the unseen, to notice the shimmer in ordinary stone. Neville smiled, eyes glistening. He understood now why it had called to him, not because he was exceptional, but because he had been willing to pause, to notice the pause in the air when no one was watching, to feel the hush before a secret opened itself like a bloom. The chamber dimmed, the book gently closed. Neville bowed his head, not in reverence, but in gratitude. He turned to leave, and the golden arches folded back into the light. The room faded, not like a door closing, but like a dream returning to sleep. Back on the platform, the bricks resumed their solid shape. The lanterns swayed slightly in the high rafters. Everything looked ordinary again, but Neville walked differently now. Not lighter, not heavier, just truer. He had been shown something sacred, not sacred because it was hidden, but sacred because it had waited so patiently to be remembered. And as he stepped back into the gentle murmur of King's Cross Station, scroll tucked under his arm, heart warm with wonder, he whispered a final praz to the bricks behind him. I'll keep the quiet open, for those who still believe in it. And far below, in the unseen corridors of time and magic, the ancient platforms stirred once more, not loudly, not urgently, but like a heart remembering its rhythm, softly, steadily, forever waiting for those who listen. The next morning, Neville stood quietly in the garden outside Greenhouse 3 at Hogwarts, a mug of warm tea resting between his hands, its surface steaming gently in the golden light. The castle was still sleepy, its stones slow to warm after a cool night, and the breeze that swept across the lawns carried the scent of damp leaves and turned soil. He hadn't spoken of the chamber's revelation to anyone yet, not even Luna, not even Hermione, not because it was a secret to guard, but because it was a moment to hold close, to let settle in the heart like seeds before they take root. He looked down into his tea, watching a ripple swirl gently across its surface, and for just a second, he remembered the shimmer of the book floating in that chamber of light, the way the arches had glowed with symbols he didn't yet recognize, the quiet resonance of the phrase, "The platform is not a place, it is a promise." How often, he thought, do we pass through the magical without seeing it? The answer now lived gently in him, not as a mystery solved, but as a comfort understood. Platform 934 would go on appearing each year as it always had, filled with bustling students and steaming trunks, with laughter and tearful goodbyes, with the chatter of owls in cages and cats curling around ankles. No one would know, not really, that something ancient slept just beneath their feet, something wise and still, watching and listening, just waiting for the next soul who might stop long enough to feel the hush between the bricks. Neville didn't need to change it. He didn't need to reveal it. He simply needed to tend it, like a gardener of stories. So he did what he knew best. He cared. He wrote letters, not instructions, not warnings, but reflections. He placed them gently in enchanted envelopes and hid them in magical libraries, within the pages of rare books, beneath flagstones that only open with kindness. Each one held his thoughts about the platform, about waiting, about wonder. Each one began the same way. If you're reading this, it means the magic has chosen you to remember. He enchanted a few seedlings from the tree near the platform's hidden door and planted them quietly along the path to Hogsmeade Station, not to mark the magic, but to echo it in living form, so that one day, perhaps, another traveler would notice the shimmer in their leaves and feel something familiar. And every so often, when the air was just right and the station especially quiet, Neville would return to King's Cross. He wouldn't go through the wall, not always. Sometimes he would simply lean back against the stone pillar near Platform 10, sipping tea from a flask, listening, not for a voice, not for a riddle, but for the feeling, the quiet, the space that magic still holds when no one is watching. It was enough, and the platform continued to breathe. It welcomed students. It whispered to the bricks. It waited in soft, silver stillness beneath the noise of the world. And those who believed, those who paused, could still find their way, not into power, not into fame, but into the quiet magic of remembering, into the gentle act of choosing wonder, even when no one else is looking. And on the softest mornings, when the sky above the arches turned that perfect shade of pale gold, the station would shimmer just slightly in the corners of one's vision, as if the bricks themselves were smiling, as if they knew someone was still listening. And now, dear sleepy traveler, the story returns to stillness. You've walked alongside Neville through hidden arches and secret hallways, through chambers made of memory and time, where stars whisper softly and doors open only when the heart is quiet. But here, right here, in this moment, all is calm again. The platform rests. Its bricks are cool beneath the fading light of the station lanterns, and the arches above sway gently in the breath of the wind. The trains have come and gone. The laughter of students has melted into distance, and now only the hush remains. A hush full of waiting and warmth. You don't have to rush. The magic here is patient. It always has been. It doesn't need spells shouted or wands drawn in haste. It only asks that you pause, that you notice the golden shimmer in ordinary stone, that you listen, just for a moment, to the quiet between heartbeats, because that's where the real magic lives. It's in the pause before the first step through the barrier. It's in the warmth of a memory gently resurfaced. It's in the kindness of a boy who became a man, not through greatness, but through care. And maybe, just maybe, it's in you too. So as you close your eyes tonight, know that the world you love, the one of enchanted trains and floating candles, of talking portraits and old staircases, is still there, gently turning, patiently dreaming beneath the stars. And when the noise fades and the crowds disappear, it waits, ready to open itself once more to those who believe, even if it's just in a dream, even if it's only in the quiet. Rest now, my sleep fellow. The bricks are warm, the platform is safe, and somewhere behind the stone, the promise still glows, softly, steadily, for those who listen when no one is watching. Good night.